start in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Recording in progress.
I want to welcome everybody to this March 7th council meeting. And we'll start off with doing calling the meeting to order, and we'll pass it to Clementine for roll call, please.
Sure. Councilmember Barber,
Present.
Councilmember Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Here.
Councilmember Smith, and Mayor Williamson.
And I am also here. And then Clementine, I'll pass it back to you for announcements on how the public can participate with public comment.
Yes, here in the council chamber, wearing a mask is recommended and encouraged. And please keep your phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference. And there are 2 ways to virtually participate in today's meeting. You may join us using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device, and you can also call into the Zoom meeting. To join the meeting on Zoom on your computer, smartphone, or telephone, use the link or phone number on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. An up-to-date version of the Zoom software must be used. To call in by telephone, dial toll-free 833-568-8864, then enter meeting ID 160-772-9333 pound. And if prompted to enter a participant ID, press pound. Detailed instructions on using and updating Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. To make a public comment using the Zoom app, you can virtually raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you dialed in by phone, raise your hand by dialing *9 and then unmute yourself when called upon by dialing *6. You must do both. Public commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak. I'll call on each public speaker in the order of their hands raised. Please stay within the time limit established for today's meeting, and a countdown timer will be shown on the screen. If you're connected live on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. Today's meeting is also streamed live on the city's YouTube account at youtube.com/City of Monterey with about 10 seconds delay, and on Comcast Channel 25 with up to 90 seconds delay. And as always, we look forward to receiving public comment.
Perfect. All right, well, we're going to start off with going to presentations, but before we dive into this first item, and I hope they don't hate me for this, but there are 2 birthdays happening this week. And so Hype, can you come out here? Come on out, Hype. He's like, dang it. All right. So it's Hype's birthday, and Clementine has a birthday this week. So let's go ahead and sing happy birthday to them. All right. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Hype and Clementine.
Happy birthday to you.
All right, I just had to do that. I'm sorry. That was fun. All right. With that, we will go on to our item number 1, which is the American Red Cross Month. And so I have a proclamation here, and I'll go ahead and just read it out for you all. Whereas March is American Red Cross Month, a special time to celebrate the humanitarian spirit of Monterey County and reaffirm their commitment to help ensure no one faces a crisis alone in Monterey County, across the United States, and around the world. Their dedication touches millions of lives each year as they carry out the organization's 140-year mission of preventing and alleviating suffering. And whereas caring for one another is at the heart of our community and exemplified by the people of Monterey, whose simple act of kindness through the Red Cross provide help and hope in people's most difficult moments, continuing the life-saving legacy of Clara Barton, who founded the organization more than 140 years ago to prevent and alleviate human suffering. And whereas Central Coast Chapter Volunteer 190 in the county give hope to the most vulnerable in their darkest hours. Last year in Monterey County, volunteers helped 62 households affected by 45 home fires by addressing their urgent needs like food and lodging, as well as providing recovery support. In addition, they installed over 450 smoke alarms, collected over 1,700 blood donations, provided first aid and CPR training to over 2,500 residents, helped the families of 235 students prepare for disasters through the Pillowcase Project, and assisted over 300 families of our armed forces. And whereas the Central Coast Chapter's support, volunteerism, and generous donations are critical to our community's resilience, we hereby recognize this month of March in honor of all those who will fulfill Clara Barton's noble words, quote, "You must never think of anything except the need and how to meet it," unquote, and ask everyone to join in this commitment. And now therefore be it proclaimed that I, Tyler Williamson, Mayor of the City of Monterey, on behalf of the City Council and citizens, hereby proclaim the month of March 2023 as American Red Cross Month. I encourage all Americans to support this organization in its noble humanitarian mission. So thank you. Does somebody want to come up and accept? And if you want, go ahead.
Yeah, very quickly. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Williamson and City Council members. My name is John Cromwell, member of the local chapter board of the Red Cross. I think you've summarized everything that we've been actively doing recently and actually over since the founding of our organization. Importantly, this dates back the recognition month to President Franklin Roosevelt 80 years ago. And importantly also is the fact that none of our funding comes from the federal government. We're all privately funded by donors. But the most important element of our organization are the volunteers. The volunteers that come from every community, right here in Monterey and every community across the country. So the important things I wanted to touch upon, in addition to what you've already discussed, is the role we play right here in the community. And obviously we've all been touched by the recent storms, which were pretty devastating, particularly the flooding events, trees coming down, mudslides and so forth. We actually stood up more shelters and relief stations than actually were stood up in Florida for Hurricane Ian. Now, granted, they weren't up for the whole duration of the event, but because so many of our communities are inaccessible, hard to get to and so forth, it's a very challenging environment to work within. So we really appreciate the effort of all of our volunteers in providing that help and those services to those people at their moment of need. In addition to what we're aware of in terms of major events that we are there to help support, provide relief, home fires are a very active aspect, responding with responders jointly with firefighters and so forth to actually provide people care and comfort in that dire moment of need. So the only points I want to leave you with, one, if you know anybody that wants to be a volunteer, we welcome them. We're a volunteer organization and there's lots of opportunities, and we do have a need for people that are prepared for disaster response. With changing climate, the frequency of these storms and the intensity of these storms are becoming more extreme. And we are bolstering our organization to be more responsive to climate change. And we would welcome anybody that is interested in becoming a volunteer to join us, because it's a very rewarding activity. And the only other thing are blood services. We saw our blood stock nationwide decline over the past couple of years. It started with the pandemic, and we would welcome anybody that wants to volunteer. Roll up your sleeve, donate blood. It only takes 20 minutes or so, and you can do it easily by just going online and registering at, where do I have it? Anyway, go to our website. You can find exactly what you need. Thank you again. I really appreciate this recognition. And we appreciate everything that the City of Monterey does in supporting the Red Cross.
So two thoughts really quick. I want to thank your organization for what I understand was support during the winter storms with the shelter at the fairgrounds. I know that there was some support offered there. And to your point about blood donations, it's a little bit of a public service announcement, but it was recent. It wasn't until recently where the government has allowed members of the LGBTQ community that identify as gay men to donate blood now if they're in a monogamous relationship. So it's progress. We're moving in the right direction there. I'm a big supporter of giving blood, but obviously it created issues for me in being able to do it because of my identity. So I just kind of wanted to share that with the public so it creates opportunities for those that might want to give. So thank you for all you do. If you want to come up and we could take a group shot.
Oh, it's wonderful.
That's always going to be. Yeah, absolutely. If you want to hold on to one side of it, there you go. One, two, three, one more here, and then one more. Beautiful. Awesome.
Thank you so
so much. Thank you.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Take care. Okay. All right. And with that, we will go on to public comments for items that are not on the agenda. So we'll start off with folks in the chamber. If you'd like to speak, please come up to the mic and line up on the public comment agenda item.
Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Demetrius Castros. I live in the city of Monterey and I have for about 30 years. I'm a retired fire battalion chief. I worked for many years for Monterey, and I'm also was for a time even acting chief of the Milpitas Fire Department. I'm a trained fire officer, and one of the things you have to do when you're a trained fire officer is you're trained to reevaluate your situations, especially when they're changing and there's danger or emergency involved. I think we're there with the city of Monterey and our tree policy. I live in Skyline Forest, and I can tell you that the last 2 months have been terrifying up there. We've had at least 10 trees that came down across Skyline Drive and blocked the road. One of them came down and took out power lines and power to Skyline, and the road was blocked for 60 hours. In addition, 2 houses were struck by downed trees, severely damaged. On top of that, I'd like to ask each of you to take a moment and drive through Skyline Forest. Go up Jefferson by the American Legion and take that little Veterans Drive, which is the road that connects you to Vets Park, and then drive through Skyline. It looks like Mount St. Helens up there. Count the hundreds, literally hundreds of down trees in the forest, both the ones that have come down recently and ones that have come down in the past. Several trees came down in Veterans Memorial Park, exactly where Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts come and pitch their tents to camp. In addition to all of that, what's really creating frustration with both my association in Skyline Ridge Estates and the Skyline Association that I talked to their president last night, somebody's gone up there and during this entire time planted hundreds of pine seedlings along Skyline Drive. It doesn't make any sense that we would spend the money, time, and effort to do that. First of all, it's a pine forest. It rejuvenates on its own. And secondly, the time has come for us to admit, I'm not advocating clear cutting, but I am advocating a sensible policy that allows a buffer zone along that heavily used road. We've had a fatality up there where a tree came down and a resident came around the corner in the early morning on her way to work and struck it at windshield level. I'm not going to give you the details because it's too gory to talk about, but we've had a fatality from these trees. We need to take a strong look at providing a buffer zone along Skyline Drive and reevaluating this tree policy to allow people to take a tree out off their property if they feel it's a significant danger, because right now we're there and we're about to get slapped again in the next couple of days. So please take this into consideration, especially the replanting of pine seedlings in a pine forest. The forest and the squirrels do a fun job of replanting it on their own. They don't need humans coming in. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. And I will just share that if you go, and this isn't just for you, sir, but for everybody in the public, if you care about this issue on Have Your Say Monterey, we do have the Community Wildfire Protection Plan up there for people to take that survey and provide us feedback. So it would be a great opportunity to give some input. Thank you so much.
Hello, City Council. My name is Steve Lightfoot. I drive the yellow website van about John Lennon's murder, LennonMurderTruth.com. I invite everyone to visit the new developments page. It's rife with the episodes I'm being confronted with by the police. Speaking of the weather, about 25 years ago, you had a single night of rain that turned the peninsula into an island. Just hours before that rainfall started, I was arrested for finding a jacket on the ground. It was dismissed, but now that my rally was thwarted by your police departments arresting me downtown, making a big spectacle to scare people away from my rally, you've had 60 days and 60 nights of similar bad weather. Just saying. I'd just like to recap what's been going on. January 10th up in Santa Cruz, as soon as I inherited a lot of money, my van was wrecked by a man who let it sit neutral and pushed it down the hill with me in the back. I was going to a dental operation that was all orchestrated by the police. They were involved, and DUI charge was dismissed after 2 years of torturing me. In the middle of that, I was arrested downtown here, suspicion of drunken driving. I blew a 000, and yet they cited me for something else when they promised not to. In the middle of all that, Officer Mosqueda was given an email from Stephen King, a threat letter email. He never did investigate it. Then when I was distributing newsletters with a bunch of them on my dash about your police abuses against me, I was pulled over by a police officer on a motorcycle who presented himself right behind me and then hid in my blind spot, so I'd be looking in my rearview mirror instead of going through two lights. Then Officer Mosqueda, or Solon Zolchek of Seaside, said that I had hit and run somebody in a parking lot when I had not. He lied to say that he ever talked to me on the phone because that phone was deactivated a month earlier. I was prevented from getting to a lot of officers who lied. I've got one more minute. I was prevented from subpoenaing 7 officers, all who lied, by a corrupt judge in Marina. Twice, the first time without any motions to quash. I was just denied my rights to cross-examine other officers to show there was a pattern of fraud and abuse. Once I was going downtown and a Monterey bicycle officer tried to stop me from parking and singing even before I had started. Then last summer, Officer Hall cited me for unnecessary noise while I was singing downtown from my van, like everyone's heard me do for 3 years. And then 2 days later, I was cited again for singing downtown. They never attempted to march off the 50-foot limit I'm required and taped it. I had to do that. I've seen the tape from the police, and it shows that I am not audible after 45 feet. And you're torturing me again and again and again. People, your government is as corrupt as your scenery is beautiful.
Thank you so much for your comments. Ryan?
Good afternoon. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Ryan Heron, Labor Relations Representative for LiUNA Local 792, representing the general employees of Monterey. I'm appearing in front of you today to comment in regard to an urgent matter facing one of our members, Elazar Munoz, who's behind me, who's a street maintenance worker for the city. Mr. Munoz is experiencing retaliation in the form of an unnecessary schedule change to his work schedule following exercising his lawfully protected rights as a union member. The union has filed unfair labor practice charges against the city that are pending in front of the Public Employment Relations Board as we speak. Those of you who were on the prior council may recall that last fall, Elazar appeared in front of you requesting a reclassification of his position. Sadly, shortly after requesting this reclass hearing, he was called into his supervisor's office and notified that his schedule was being changed to a start time of 7 a.m. after having worked the same schedule for over 10 years with the city. The problem with this is that Elazar is a single father of a disabled child who must drop off his child at school at 7:45 before going to work every day. The department is aware of this and is changing his schedule in retaliation for appealing his reclassification request and also for participating in a union complaint against his supervisor in 2021. In addition to the schedule change, Elazar has repeatedly been passed over for promotions and transfer opportunities in the last few years, several times in favor of employees who were less qualified than him than the positions they sought. Sadly, this is not an isolated incident, but is indicative of a broader toxic and retaliatory management culture within the city workforce. GEM recently polled its members and the results were shocking. When asked if they felt like they have been or would be retaliated against by the city or management for filing a grievance or complaint, over 60% said that it was either very likely or likely to occur. When asked if they felt cronyism was a problem in the city, over 75% said it was either a problem or a major problem. When asked if they felt management would select the best candidate for promotional opportunities, over 67% said that it was either unlikely or very unlikely. When asked if they trusted the HR department to address their work problems, over 70% said that they had little or no trust at all. Unfortunately, we're here today to bring attention to this matter because so far the department head, human resources, and city manager have all backed this unnecessary and retaliatory schedule change. As we stand today, it's set to take effect on April 1st. We're pleading with you to direct city management to cease this behavior immediately, as we do not believe it reflects the values that the council purports to uphold and wants to uphold within the city. It's wrong to force an employee to choose between his job and his family, and it is wrong to retaliate against an employee for exercising their lawfully protected rights as a union member. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
My name is Elzar. My name is Elzar Munoz. I work for Streets Department. Thank you for letting me speak in front of you today. I feel like I'm being retaliated against me because my manager got mad at me for doing a rebuttal that I filed last year in May regards to a reclassification made by me and was denied. Now the public work director is continuing my manager order to change my report time to work from 8 a.m. to 7 a.m. against a court order that allows me to start at 8 a.m. The court order is in reference to my special need disabled son that requires me to get him ready for school. My son goes to Ortera School, which is 20 minutes from where I live, and starts school at 7:45. The city is still demanding me to change my schedule to start April 1st, but I can't. I'm afraid that if I don't show up at 7 o'clock April 1st, it's going to give the city cause to fire me. I'm asking the council to mandate the city to stop ignoring the court order that allows me to start at 8 o'clock a.m. I've been able to start at 8 a.m. for the last 11 years without problems or issues. The city has set precedents on accommodations for families throughout the city for their kids and moms and dads. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Shay.
Mayor, councilors. My name's Shay Ballesteri. I'm the chairman for the General Employees of Monterey, and this is Elazar's last shot at this point. You know, I don't have a prepared speech, so I'm just kind of go off the cuff on this one. But they seem to be just moving the goalposts on him every single time, and that's, I think, needs to be spoken, because when they originally presented him with a schedule change, it was so that he could be supervised. That was basically said, you need to be supervised. Well, that's not the case. We have all sorts of employees that come in different times, sometimes very early, sometimes late at night. We never have any supervision for that. We've never had, in roughly the 20 years that I've worked here, we have crews that go in at night to watch the tunnel, crews that come in early AM to paint city streetlines, sewer jetting. Those people come in early. No one's ever been supervised. It simply doesn't exist. And yet suddenly the reason for him to be having to come in at 8 o'clock is so he could be supervised. It doesn't hold water. We said it didn't hold water. And so the goalposts have simply been changed. And this is what helps our argument for retaliation. It's now operationally unfeasible. It's just given a term which has no definition, and it means absolutely nothing. It just means we don't care that our reasons don't make any sense. We have an agenda. It is to get this employee fired or retaliated against for simply what he's doing. And that's it. You know, I don't have a prepared speech, but there was a definition that I was trying to summarize of what it is that I think we are stuck with as employees. And it's called sophism. It's an argument that seems plausible, but is fallacious and misleading, especially devised deliberately. I think as an employees union, we are faced with this type of excuse and conversation that we're tired of dealing with. And I hope you take Elazar's situation seriously, because it's a broader, it's not just him, it's a broader problem within the city, and we need to have some kind of positive conclusion, because we've lost communication with the city at this point in good faith. Thank you.
Thank you, Shay. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak during public comment for items that are not on today's agenda? Okay, let's check online. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
There are no hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Clementine. All right, With that, we'll close public comment and we'll move on to the consent calendar. There are no items currently known to be pulled from the consent. Does anybody want to pull anything?
Yeah, I'd like to
Councilmember
pull
Smith.
four, I'd like to pull four and like a brief presentation, please.
Okay, so we'll pull four. Anything else from the council? All right, let's take it out to the public for comments or if there's a desire to pull anything on consent calendar. Anybody in the chamber? Okay, seeing none, let's go online.
No hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect. We'll bring it back to the council for deliberation or a vote or a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda minus item 4.
Thanks, Councilmember Hoffa.
Second,
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? All right, Clementine, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
And that's a yes for me. And then we'll go to item number 4, award a construction contract in the amount of 1.5 million more or less to Precision Grade Inc. for the city-wide sidewalk repair project, phase 7. And for this one, I will pass it to Hans.
Yes, I'm always grateful for Councilmember Smith, who points out those large scale $1 million exceeding public works contracts because as the public works director will explain in a few seconds, the funding method is measure P, measure S, and we are utmost grateful to have all those additional funds that all in all are now adding up to $10 to $11 million per year in work that goes directly into street resurfacing, sidewalk, storm drain maintenance, and ADA compliant issues. So with that, Andrea, if you can talk briefly about that project, please.
Mr. Mayor, council members, good evening. And I also have our acting city engineer here so that we can answer all your questions. So sidewalk as part of Measure S, what we've been doing is we've been doing in phases. We identify all the trip hazards and sidewalk damage, and then we package it in one large package so that we can be more competitive. And you may ask us, maybe we had our engineer's estimate was a little low, but I wanted to tell you that we actually had the estimates based on our last package was from 2020. And I just had a conversation with Tom Hardy, and we were very shocked to learn of the increase in prices. So we are dealing with, and he can give you a little bit more information, but we're dealing with quite the inflation when it comes to construction materials, and the prices have gone up significantly. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to Tom to give you a little bit more information.
Thank you, Andrea. Good evening, council, or afternoon. I was looking for just going through the price list to try and find an error that we had made through it, but it's generally throughout the entire thing. It's just really the cost of construction has gone up that much. There wasn't one specific item that was way out of line or anything like that. It's just that the costs have increased. It's harder to get materials. You can't count on things the way we used to. Our last project that we used as a basis for this one was right in the middle of all, I think there were 6 or 8 bids that were received. We were smack dab in the middle. It was perfect. That was in June of 2020. And this time we're well below everything. So I think it's just the economy. We noticed that the cost of concrete had gone up. Getting drainage structures is an issue right now. You can order them, but you have to wait for months until they come in. So it's just a kind of a global economy situation. There's no like one specific item that we could point to say, oh, we missed that. So that doesn't really help answer your question, I don't think, but that's what we came up with.
Perfect. Okay. Do you have any questions or comments at this time, Councilmember Smith?
No, and I appreciate the presentation in terms of why the engineer's estimate is so below, and I can relate to the fact that the materials cost quite a bit more. And I hearkened back to when we were in the environment of probably, just when Measure X was starting, Measure S was starting, we were able to actually capitalize on some good pricing. And so this is kind of when you look at income averaging and service averaging, we take it in the good times and we take it in the bad times as well. So I appreciate the fact that this is hard in this environment, but we did take advantage of it before when it was a little better price. But I think the overall, with the success of Measure S and Measure P and Measure X, it's the constant reminder that these are ongoing costs to repair the citywide system, where we're seeing vast improvement over where we were when we started, or when I started in 2012, and when we actually pushed Measure P across to Measure S. So thank you for the hard work. And I just wanted to see this brought out so we don't have the business of government and expenditures hidden in the agenda, but also full disclosure for the public to see, because the public supported all those measures and they see it and they notice it. So thank you very much for your hard work.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you. Anything else from the council? All right, let's take it out for public comment. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll go to online. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on this item.
Perfect. We'll bring it back to the council for a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the recommendation for agenda item 4 to move ahead with 1.446.085 and not a nickel less for Precision Grade Inc. for citywide sidewalk repairs.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right. Any last comments? Let's do roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yeah.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
And that's a yes for me. Thanks for that. We'll move on to public hearing item number 8, master fee schedule, which is recommended for continuance to March 21st, 2023 at 4 p.m. So we won't do a presentation on this item. And it is recommended to be continued. Do we do public comment?
Yes.
Okay, so let's take it out to the public. If there's any comments, public comments on this item in the chamber. Seeing none, we'll go to online.
Nope, none. Thank you.
Perfect. All right, we're back to the council. And let's do unless there's a comments from the council, let's do a roll call vote to continue the matter to March 21st, 2023 at 4 p.m. Sorry.
Did anyone move that?
I'll make a motion to
thank you.
continue it to that date.
Second.
Okay.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
And that's a yes for me. So now we will move on to the public appearance. Item number 9, the Schumann Hart House pass-through funding. This is a really exciting opportunity as we are looking at opportunities to provide better care and services for our homeless community here in Monterey. And so I'll pass it to staff for brief remarks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's we always coordinate presentations on Mondays and Tuesdays, and today Kim gave me a call and said I put together a presentation for the Schumann Hart House, and I really like my presentation, and it's really fun, and I'm really excited to present it. And so I announced to you that tonight you will see one of the best presentations ever that we have. But
It's really high.
but I see that Robin McCrae is online as well, and she has her hands raised. It's really a good news story, and it's really exciting. And Kim will translate this good news stories into a superb presentation as she promised. So with that, Kim, no pressure.
All right, no pressure, Kim.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. On occasion, we get to bring forward staff reports that sort of warm your soul and realize you see significant strides moving forward and done through partnerships and relationships with multiple groups. And that's really what this afternoon's about. I'm just going to share my screen. So it sounds a little boring, but the actual reason is this afternoon, you're authorizing a contract between the city and Community Human Services to pass through $2.5 million in state funding for the Schumann Heart House. That's a future emergency shelter that's under construction at 600 East Franklin Street. And just in terms of background, as I mentioned, CHS is remodeling a structure right now. And this really started with Senator John Laird. He worked through the state budgetary process and obtained the $2.5 million in funding. And the state of California has asked the city of Monterey to administer that money. But I wanted to take a moment and just share with you what we're starting to see with our homeless numbers. These are our residents. In Monterey County, there's a Monterey County homeless count and survey that's published. And one of the interesting things is between 2009 and 2022, we're seeing about a 400 person decline potentially. Sorry about that. We're seeing in the last count, you can see we reached a high of 2,800 individuals in Monterey County in 2017, and it's now 2,047 in 2022. Even more exciting is what the city of Monterey's numbers have revealed out of this count. In 2017, between our unsheltered and sheltered population, where we're looking at 338 persons in the city, in 2022, the report was 101 individuals. Now, of course, this is a point in time count. It's not exhaustive, but the overall trends, and in the staff report, there were trends for Monterey County wide, the numbers were actually declining, which is just, I think, a really good success story. But how many beds are in the city of Monterey? How many beds do we have for homeless individuals? After the Schumann Heart House opens, there will be 47 beds in the city of Monterey. 35 beds will be for women and families and is modeled after Casa de Noche Buena in the city of Seaside that opened a few years ago. We also are home to the only what I call youth shelter in the county. There's 12 beds for the Safe Place on Pearl Street, and that caters to 18 to 24-year-old people. So the Schumann Heart House will provide temporary housing. They'll also provide meals, and they'll provide supportive services leading to permanent housing. And all of this will be administered by CHS. Safe Place, I just thought it would be a good opportunity to share with you the services provided at Safe Place. They're also administered by CHS. They provide the temporary housing overnight. They provide dinner and breakfast. They provide social recreation activities. They provide essentials, including clothing and hygiene products. They provide access to washer and dryers. They provide computer and internet access, counseling, and information and referral to ancillary services. So today is really an opportunity to celebrate the city's various partners and the future of increased homeless services in our community. And in conclusion, we're asking you to authorize the city manager to enter into this contract so we can pass through the money. And I'm excited to hear Robin's on the phone so she can share with you her perspective from CHS.
Beautiful. Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions from the council at this point? Okay, and I'll probably say this maybe one more time later on, but I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that this is pass-through funding as indicated in the staff report. So this isn't funding coming out of the city's budget. This is coming from the state to us so that we can provide it to CHS, who we are a member of in a JPA, our Joint Powers Authority. So with that, let's go out to public comment and we'll start in the chamber. Is there anybody in the chamber that wishes to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll check online. I think we have at least one with Robin.
Yes, here's Robin. So go ahead, please.
Hi, I just unmuted myself. I'm zooming in. I wish I could be there in person, but that wasn't possible today. So I just want to start by thanking the city of Monterey for taking on this role to receive the pass-through funding and from the state and provide it to Community Human Services for capital improvements at Franklin Street. I want to thank Senator Laird for advocating for the state budget surplus for this project. And I want to give a huge thank you to Mark Schuman and his family for donating the initial money that started this project, a commitment of over $3 million. So we did need to raise $7.8 million for this project. The 2.5 million went a long way to helping us reach our goal or to get close to reaching our goal. We have raised 6.7 million and we need 1.1 million left, 1 million for additional capital improvements and 100,000 for operating. Part of the capital campaign is not only capital improvements, which is the large part of it, but also 2 years of operating expenses. We are on track. The budget we did a good job in budgeting or we got lucky. It's hard to say with the cost of construction and materials these days, but we are on budget. We broke ground in December. The actual work started in January and we are set to open in July. So everything is looking great. By July, I would venture to say the city of Monterey and the continuum of care will have 35 more beds to shelter homeless women and families with children. So we're really excited and we appreciate everything that the city has done for us over the years. You're a tremendous partner with us and we look forward to finishing this project and opening up and providing this wonderful service to our community.
Thank you. And I see that we have Tammy Jennings next to speak.
Hi, I just want to say that was a wonderful presentation, and it would be great if there was a way that that presentation could be on the website so other people can watch it. I don't know if that's something that can be done, but it was really good. And thank you, Robin, for all the work you do and the city too. That's it. Thanks.
And I do not see any further hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect. And I will share that the videos are available online, so folks can go on and watch the presentation there. You can visit isearchmonterey.org to view all agendas and recordings. And I think they're also available on YouTube, the recordings. I'll pass it back to Hans. I see he has some comments to make.
Yes, thank you. Chrissy just reminded me of something, and I know that Councilmember Hafer and Councilmember Smith might remember that as well. I want to say 8 years ago or so, we had a slow news night, and I remember KSPW was here for a different item, and I said, stick around, we will talk about emergency shelters on Del Monte Avenue. And we spoke about this at that night, and a lot of residents spoke up and expressed concerns why we want to put them on Del Monte. That was basically what we had worked on together with the Planning Commission. And at that time, then we started a new process. We regrouped, we went back, and something was developed that got the nickname of pepperoni approach, if you remember that. And the pepperoni approach was basically put little pepperoni circles into various neighborhoods to allow emergency shelters. So the sentiment of the community at that time was, we don't want them just on Del Monte, we want them across town, and that was the pepperoni approach. There was a lot of work in that, and as you recall, there were also a lot of feelings involved. But in the end, the community came together, and having that building at that place is part of the outcome of our joint planning process, where the community really stepped up and figured it all out together with us. And that's a piece of pepperoni now that actually became reality. And again, I believe Councilmember Hopper was on the council, Councilmember Smith was on the council, and it happened, I think, before the mayor joined the team here. So just wanted to recall that those things have consequences, and this is one of them, and we are extremely grateful for that.
So I just want to give a little bit of context for the public too, in that if you go online, you can Google City of Monterey zoning map. And if you look at our zoning map, you can look at every single parcel in the city of Monterey and how it's zoned. And so each parcel that the previous council authorized to have homeless shelters at have I didn't realize it was a pepperoni. I don't remember that language from when I was listening to the council meetings at that time, but there are little black dots that we'll now call pepperonis. So we should make that official city code. But I want to start with Councilmember Hoffa, since he is our representative on Community Human Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to kind of note the positive progress we've made, which Kim identified in the slide, I think some of the reasons for that is essentially countywide, we are providing more shelter. We had Casa de Noche Buena, which is a homeless shelter for women and families. In Seaside, that Community Human Services opened up in, I believe, 2019 or 2020, something like that. I think it's been about 2 years now. Salinas also opened up a shelter in the last few years, and we've had a lot of what do they call it with the hotels, Hans? The Project Home Keys. And there was a lot of funding from the state, finally, unfortunately, that came out kind of as a result of COVID. And we're seeing our county and our city really taking advantage of that, and we're starting to see positive results. So that's good. I also just wanted to mention, Community Human Services, which we are a member of through the Joint Powers Authority, operates Casa de Noche Buena, which is very similar to the facility that will open up, the Schumann Hart House that will open up here, and has a capacity of, I think, something like about 30 people or so at any given time. But they have a wait list of like 200 people regularly. And so that's why they're for families and women. So that's why there is the need for Schumann Hart House. The other thing I just wanted to mention is if people would like to help out, if you'd like to make a charitable donation, you can go to Community Human Services of Monterey to their website, and you have the ability to make a donation there. So thank you very much. And thank you to this council and to our city staff for supporting this project, for supporting Safe Place, and for the work collectively we've been doing.
Thank you, Councilmember Hoffa, for representing our city and helping to contribute towards making this happen. Who else? Councilmember Smith?
Yeah, just I wanted to also point out, and thank you, Alan, for touching on the fact that the numbers are falling and why, but whenever we look at agencies, local city government that are able to find ways to connect and make the connections to those that are in the homeless situation. So I want to give credit to our Monterey Police Department through their MDOT program, because they have made significant opportunity contacts to align folks with those that can enable enrollment services and get them connected to get some housing placement or treatment. So I just want to make that connection too. Another partner that we don't want to pass up on is the Veterans Transition Center in Fort Ord that we have a significant long-term partnership with, that has made some very strategic moves that is also adding to the numbers falling. I just had a question that staff can probably answer very quickly, which is the 2.5 comes from the state. I know it was special legislation, but I'd like to know which state agency does manage when the check arrives to Monterey. Who does that come from? Which state agency? And then as we relinquish the money and pass it through at 2.5, is that all at once, or is that once the project gets to the point where the construction is nearly completed, or when the occupancy? So I'd like to know a little bit more about how that works, the mechanics of how we take the pass-through money and execute this partnership.
I haven't asked the State Department of Finance that exact question,
Okay.
but what they did give us is they gave our finance department the voucher and they said, fill out this paperwork and we will transmit the $2.5 million. Now, whether that, I understand it's going to come in one piece, but let me go back and verify that with the State Department of Finance.
Yeah, because I just wondered, does the state require us to show something, and are we having to execute like an occupancy before the money comes, or is it just simply the project is underway?
So I've
here's
asked
the money?
multiple times,
Yeah.
what are the requirements? So most of our funding, as you're well aware of through housing funds, is audited,
Yeah.
is extremely regulated, especially from HUD when it comes
Right.
from the federal government. And none of those strings come with this money because it was a specific earmark, if you will, for this program. So I asked that question, I think at least 3 times because I'm happily surprised that we're not going to have to.
Well, and I'm encouraged if the state is making it streamlined and significantly easy, but I always have suspicions when we talk about the paper trail and where the money lands and how it's transferred. So just had that question. So if you could report back in the future, just wondering how it works and if it's truly as easy as it sounds. Appreciate that. Thanks, Mayor. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Barber.
So I just think it's wonderful to be able to celebrate this moment, because though we look at the 74 that are still unhoused here in our city, we know that's a moving target. And so anything we can do to mitigate that, I think is great. And so by all the work that CHS and the city and everybody else has done is really important, because one of the things that I've seen, I had a pleasure to going to a fundraiser for the unhoused this past weekend. And a lot of the things that we're seeing is that everybody is a part of the team. To be able to address this situation of the unhoused, it's a team effort. And so to see this part actually moving forward and moving through, I just commend everyone at CHS and all the city council from even before the work that was done then, and also the staff for what they're doing as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Barber. Councilmember Garcia.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Kim, for the presentation. Thank you also to everyone who's played a role in making this happen. I just quickly wanted to touch on what our city manager, Hans, had mentioned, because I think it's a very critical point, and we see throughout various jurisdictions where folks are trying to figure out where to place these types of locations. It could get those conversations can get pretty heated pretty quick. So to select a location like the one we're talking about here on Franklin, I think shows a lot of compassion from our neighbors. And knowing that it's a very sensitive topic, we know the importance of what's being done here. So just wanted to highlight that, and also it's probably the reason why I also like pepperoni. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Garcia. So I just want to point out that I think we should celebrate the successes of us being able to move forward with this. I think it's a great opportunity. I think the graph at the beginning of the presentation helped highlight how our point in time counts look like they're in a downward trend. Though I would recognize that the point in time count, just for transparency purposes, doesn't necessarily truly capture an accurate reflection of what makes up the homeless community, because it's not including folks that might be couch surfing or that might be sleeping in a car, or maybe they moved and they weren't in the area that they normally are when the time and count was going through that area. And so it's a relevant data, piece of data, but it's not the end all be all. And I think we need to really make sure that we're bringing up the full breadth of the issue when we're having the conversation, which is why I'm bringing it up here and now, so that we can fully make sure that we do the work that we need to do to obtain the resources that we need to be able to appropriately address the issue. I do have a question on one of the slides that had identified that there will be 47 beds in the city of Monterey, including the Schumann House once it opens. And I just kind of wanted to clarify what that bed count is. That's temporary shelters as opposed to other types of housing options that might exist for the homeless community.
Correct. That's our emergency shelter beds that'll be available.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and I don't want to end on a down note. I just want to make sure that we fully recognize this. I know that I have intention of wanting to have a deeper conversation with the council about this. And the final point that I will make is, we have an opportunity to change the dialogue around how we perceive folks that are unhoused. And it might be a great opportunity for us to start recognizing them as our neighbors and being members of our community. And so how do we take care of our neighbors is I think the point at the end of the day. But I want to also thank everybody on the CHS team, Councilmember Hoffa for representing the city of Monterey and city staff for working this. And I'm honored that we're here to take lead in helping to make this happen from the city of Monterey's perspective. So with that, let's go ahead and do a roll call vote, please.
Did anybody make the motion?
Oh, I am so sorry. That's the second time I did that today.
I'll move to approve the staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Let's do a roll call vote now, please.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
And that's a yes for me. Thank you, everybody. And with that, we're going to go ahead and recess and reconvene the meeting at 7 o'clock tonight. So enjoy dinner, everybody. Thank you. council meeting. We are going to start off here. Sorry, I lost my spot. Pledge of Allegiance. And why don't we have Gino kick us off here?
All right. Ready to begin? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Gino. Continued public comments for items not on the agenda. And so I'm actually going to pass it real quick to Clementine so that she can share with folks how to participate in public comment. Clementine's going to describe the process in regards to how the public can participate in public comment. No worries.
Yes, for those of us here in the council chamber, wearing a mask is recommended and encouraged. Please keep your phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference. And there are two ways to virtually participate. You may join us using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device, and you can also call into the Zoom meeting. To join the meeting on Zoom on your computer, smartphone, or telephone, use the link or phone number on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. An up-to-date version of Zoom software must be used. To call in by telephone, dial toll-free 833-568-8864, then enter meeting ID 160-772-9333 pound, and if prompted to enter a participant ID, press pound. Detailed instructions on using and updating Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. To make a public comment using the Zoom app, you can virtually raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you dialed in by phone, raise your hand by dialing *9 and then unmute yourself when called upon by dialing *6. You must do both. Public commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak. I'll call on each public speaker in the order of their hands raised. Please stay within the time limit established for today's meeting, and that countdown timer will be shown on the screen. If you're connected live on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. Today's meeting is also streamed live on the city's YouTube account at youtube.com/City of Monterey with about 10 seconds delay, and on Comcast channel 25 with about up to 90 seconds delay. And as always, we look forward to receiving your public comment.
Thank you, Clementine. All right, we'll start off with the chamber. So if you're interested in speaking for items not on the agenda, please step up to the mic and you can begin your public comments.
Hi there. Can I use the overhead?
Absolutely.
Okay. Request 1 second back on the clock, please. No, just kidding. Hi there. My name is Stephen Lucas. I'm a Monterey resident. I spoke about the wireless ordinance a few days ago. And last time I brought books, this time I'm bringing a multi-field EMF meter because I like props. And I want to recommend that if you live in an area that has these wireless facilities put in, you can purchase one of these online and you can tell generally what's going on. If it starts alarming, you are in a toxic electromagnetic field and you need to get out as quick as possible. And so I want to let the residents know that, trying to split the baby here if you're going to install them. Now, a trick for an investigator back in the day is really hard to co-locate these things, these systems without, or intermingle them without having a safety problem. So an inspector would bring one of these, and let's say each one of your chairs was an antenna or a broadcaster. And they would say, this one's safe, and that one's safe, and this one's safe, and that one's safe according to the meter and at a certain distance. But combined, they wouldn't report on how safe the combination of how unsafe the combination of overlapping hotspots are. And so this will free up citizens to be able to see exactly what's going on. Now, if time goes on and someone lives in one of these toxic electromagnetic field zones, then there is a test. It's called an H2AX antibody test. Thermo Fisher conducts it. And there's only, there's a claim that DNA is only broken by ionizing radiation. Well, if your DNA is broken according to this test and there no bomb went off, then there's only one other option, and that's the toxic electromagnetic field. But I do want to mention that last night I watched Monterey on a Shoestring. Anyone ever seen that video with Eric Palmer? Okay, so he mentions that Monterey is exceptional and distinct because of its natural beauty, including trees, different kinds, pines, oaks, otters, wildlife. All of those have DNA in it. So DNA is valuable to Monterey, to the tourism, and it's aesthetically pleasing, and that is why we try to protect it. If the DNA is oxidized by a toxic electromagnetic field from multiple located radiation sources, we've got a tourism problem. Our trees start to wither away and die. They cannot bring water up to the top of the tree. It can't do it. It can't pump the water. So that is the problem for the city. And I want to mention that as aesthetics. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hey, George.
Hi, good evening. George Riley is my name. I'm here to give you a progress report on the status of public banking. This is a multi-year attempt to create a funding source, a funding option for local governments to finance infrastructure and various choices what they make. A public bank is composed of public ownership, and the only customers are public agencies. There are no private customers, no individuals, and so on. The idea is to create out of community assets, which are public assets, city, county, state, a bank. The feasibility study is getting closer to getting an RFP issued. We've got a draft now. We're tweaking it to address a number of issues. There are three key issues to be addressed in the viability study. By the way, your city about a year ago agreed to kind of explore the possibility of see what the viability study says. So I just going to remind you of that too. That's why I'm here, is just to give you an update. So the three main issues are how to capitalize a publicly owned bank. That's a tough issue, but that's what we expect the consultant to look at. Second is the structure. What is the best structure? We're trying to copy what Central Coast Community Energy has done. That was a multi-year project, started small. We're looking at the same 5-county area potentially, but we're also expecting to figure out, if we can, a way to start small. So the capitalization is one thing, the structure is another, and then the path to getting a bank charter, because you got to get chartered by the state. So the consultant will be looking at all of these issues. We hope the RFP will be issued sometime this year, probably in the late summer, early fall. It'll be about 6 months. Oh, it's the yellow. It'll probably be 6 to 10 months of consultant work, and then we'll come back with some kind of idea about how complicated it is, what it looks like. But there will be multiple steps going forward. And I just want to let you know that the group of public agencies that so far I'm interested in this, there are 9 cities in the 4 counties. San Benito has no participation in it, but the other 4 counties from Santa Cruz to Santa Barbara have expressed an interest, have signed on to looking at the viability study. And you're one of the cities that are in the mix. There are about 13 different public agencies in the mix right now. And we're still trying to recruit some other public agencies to just join and help us see what happens. It's just a progress report.
George, can you reiterate those 3 parts again?
The capitalization issues, the structure that goes for a bank, and the path to solicit a charter, to make an application for a state charter. A bank requires the state, and all sorts of assurances that are required and built into that process. And we're going to have to meet all those requirements for a local bank. Okay.
Thank you so much, George. Appreciate the update.
Thank you and good luck.
Thanks. Have
Okay.
a good night.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor. I'm Lorna Moffett. The Fishing Wharf Parking Lot Project is a classic example of how our city treats its trees. This project, created 2 years ago, should have told its architect to save the trees, but it didn't. Instead, around 10 50-year-old Monterey pine and cypress trees were cut, and the untruthful word mitigation was the justification to that end. You can't mitigate a 50-year-old tree growth for what it contributes to our air, rainfall, CO2 reduction, beauty and moisture to our region, and wildlife suppression. I suggested to all of you in an email to adopt the Carmel forestry laws to also apply to Monterey, but no one responded except Hans, who is resistant to that. The fact that no one else responded shows me that this council is not committed to restricting tree removals enough to invoke stricter restrictions, and that really needs to change. We have Iris Canyon project coming up for a vote by you in April, where 75 trees are to be removed without any real explanation and no CEQA. They also plan to use herbicides for non-native plants in a prime riparian wetland area without any mention of its effects on the soil or wildlife. The Los Padres National Forest Service sprays herbicides repeatedly for non-native poisoning everything in its wake, and it still isn't able to get rid of the non-natives. They just grow back, and so it will be with Iris Canyon. Every tree is a jewel in this city's crown. Every tree you cut down promotes drier air, less oxygen, more CO2 emissions, and fire danger. Please start treating trees for who they really are, our salvation. How can that be mitigated with small saplings that can burn up in a wildfire and only produce about 10 pounds of oxygen a year? The Chomp project in Upper Ragsdale will cut 500 plus trees, eliminating 130,000 pounds of oxygen a year and the absorption of 21,000 pounds of CO2 a year. Angel Island stands as a classic tragic lesson in non-native plant and tree removal. After the Native Plant Society and Department of Parks removed thousands of eucalyptus, several uncontrolled brush fires ignited in the coming years, proving that the fog drips created by the former 100-year-old eucalyptus forest caused the Oak Bay scrubs to dry out. During the fire, winds fueled the wildfire flames without the windbreak created by the trees. What was billed as a native plant restoration project became instead a demonstration of how forests suppress fires. Please, you need to adopt a forestry plan that really, really works. Thank you.
Lorna. Anybody else in the chambers wish to speak during public comments for things that are not on today's agenda? All right, let's check online.
We do have a few speakers. The first is Richard Russello.
Good evening, Mayor Williamson, Monterey City Council members. I'm calling in to ask for your leadership on two items that affect District 4 directly. Several years ago, NCIP funded the design of the North Fremont intersections, traffic lights, and bike lane. We still have gridlock at peak hour on Fremont, and nothing's changed. Our lights are synchronized, but Caltrans has a separate system, and Seaside further on has a different system. Now, Caltrans has agreed to change and match our system as long as Seaside goes along with it. Papers have been submitted to Seaside with full grant proposals filled out, but they haven't responded. 40 years of gridlock. This is what's hurting our business district. This is the reason we have trouble coming home. I need the Monterey City Council to step in and appeal to Seaside to sign the papers so that we can have one traffic system on North Fremont Street and Fremont Boulevard all the way through Seaside. Green lights instead of red lights. The Mark Thomas bypass is clogged to it is just difficult getting home. The second item, we had a landmark oak fall on Airport Road this week. And 3 years ago, NCIP funded an oak tree study. Nothing's been done. After several foresters, all we get is denial. We've lost over 50% of the oaks in Casanova Oak Knoll, and it's just continuing. This is not normal. We just need a scientist for a few hours to take a couple dozen samples and for a lab with an open mind to evaluate what is killing these trees. California has lost 36 million oaks in the last 10 years. 36 million. It's happening in my neighborhood and every neighborhood in the city. I just need to get your leadership and attention. We shouldn't have to come down and yell at you, which seems to be the norm now. So I'm asking you to step in, make a difference, get our traffic lights synced, get this oak tree study started, please. I have photographic proof of this loss. This is not my opinion. I can show you, I blew them up. They're 3 feet wide. You can count every tree and what's gone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Therese Pipes or Therese.
Terry.
Hi, I've never done this before, but here I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, good. Okay. So I live in Oak Knoll too, and this is my first time I've ever spoken out. And all I'm speaking out about is the bike path, because I'm a cycler. I'm 66 years old, and I love cycling, and I love cycling safe. And, you know, we have that no, it's not silly. I'm sorry. We have that path that's on Fremont, but it goes to nowhere. And I know there's a purpose for it, that it's supposed to go to Delray Oaks. And I would love for that to happen. And then I'd like to speak further later about maybe it could go the other way too. I cycle with many people, and, you know, I'm just saying it'd be nice if that could happen. That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Terry. Good to hear from you.
Nice to see you.
And next we have Esther Malkin.
Good evening, Council. I just want to say a brief thank you for all the effort that was put in by all the residents on the cell tower committee, as well as all of you and staff that have spent so many hours for so long on this. And I was really pleased to see that Alan's suggestion was a good compromise and that the council unanimously agreed. So I'm hoping that the next time that ordinance is read, that we can move on from it, and appreciate everybody's hard work and positions on it, and move on to get other business that the city has to get done without any hard feelings. There was a lot of emotion and a lot of contradictory information that once this ordinance is passed, I hope that everybody just can move on and be grateful for the time that everybody put into this, and hopefully be satisfied with what ends up being in the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, there are no further hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. And with that, we will go to our 2 public hearing items tonight. The first of which is item number 10, the North Fremont Sidewalk Gap Closure Project, and I'll pass it to Hans for a brief introduction.
Yeah, thank you so much. A few residents spoke about biking and also about the existing bike path we have in North Fremont, and this project is in direct relationship to some of the comments made. And without further ado, I hand it over to Matthew Bogert, one of our planners in the planning department.
Thank you, Hans. I'll go ahead and share my screen.
Are you still the staff rep for North Fremont Business District?
Not anymore.
Who-
No, I'm over on Lighthouse.
Okay.
We changed them too.
Who's in North Fremont now?
I'm not sure.
Okay, okay. Are they, yeah.
As Hans stated, my name is Matthew Buggerts. I'm one of the associate planners for the City of Monterey's Planning Division. And today we're talking about the North Fremont Sidewalk Gap Closure Project and its environmental review that was conducted. The recommendation from staff is that the City Council adopt a resolution to adopt the mitigated negative declaration for the North Fremont Sidewalk Gap Closure Project. For a little bit of background on this project, the overall objective, as the commenter alluded to, was to close a gap in the existing sidewalk and pedestrian bike network along the north side of North Fremont Street. On that side of the street, there is no place for a pedestrian or bike to safely cross. And so this project would construct a bridge with a Class 1 pathway, which allows both pedestrians and cyclists to cross safely across that gap. The project location, as stated, was at the end of North Fremont Street, Fremont Boulevard on the north side of the street. It is abutting the adjacent city and Canyon Del Rey Boulevard. A rendering of the project. The design has changed a little bit over time, but this is roughly what the proposal would be. It would be a detached bridge for people to cross over and would not share a surface or curb with the highway itself. For a little additional background on this project, it was initiated through City Council back in 2017, in which City Council approved funding to design and prepare the environmental document for this project as part of the 2017 to 2018 Neighborhood Improvement Program. In 2019, there was a slight adjustment to the scope of the project, widening the bridge, adjusting the structure foundation. When doing CEQA, you want to take in the whole of the project, and it needed to be a little bit bigger. And then in 2019, City Council added this project to the city's work program. And at that point, it became a public works project, and the Community Development Department took on the environmental review component. Through that environmental review, there were, I believe, 9 mitigation measures total. A number having to do with biological resources based on the adjacent ESHA habitat, environmentally sensitive habitat area. So from that, fencing and monitoring for those species and plants, construction best management practices to reduce runoff into that area, pre-construction survey, bird surveys to protect nesting, tree replacement for any potentially removed trees. Cultural resources mitigations were also required of the project, in which cultural awareness training is required for construction workers during any earth disturbance. And in the case of the discovery of either cultural resources or human remains, mitigation measures 6A and 6B are intended to address those potential findings. Regarding noise, there's a mitigation measure for overall noise reduction from equipment and shielding, and also for vibration reduction for any nearby residential areas. And finally, for tribal cultural resources, Native American monitoring is also included as part of it, and inviting 3 specific tribes who requested consultation on this project. They are included within that mitigation measure. The ISM&D was noticed for a 30-day public review period going from December through near the end of January. We did not receive any specific comments on this project. There were a few people that called and asked if what the status was of the project, and it was, hey, we have environmental review out, but no specific complaints or anything about the project itself. And with that, staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution to adopt that mitigated negative declaration. With that, that concludes staff's presentation.
Thanks, Matthew. Great presentation. Any questions from the council? Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, one of the mitigations listed the tribal notifications. Could you tell me the tribal nations that identified an interest?
I don't have my laptop with me, but it is included within the mitigation measure itself, which should be included in the packet, which
Yeah,
doesn't
and-
help.
Yeah, I'll read through it tonight, but if tomorrow, if you could follow up with an email to the city
Absolutely.
manager, I appreciate it. If you could point me in the direction of page number, docket page, packet. Because
Absolutely.
there's quite a bit of documents here, and I'm not able to locate the listed mitigation piece I was looking for.
I think they're also included in the agenda report. Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Problem. The, so it's on package page 165 under mitigation measure 9, Native American monitoring. It's the Indian Canyon Band of the Costanoa Ohlone people, the Ohlone, Costanoa, and Estlin Nation, and the Estlin tribe of the Monterey County have requested to be informed when construction is going to occur so they can be on site to monitor the activities.
Okay, thank you very much for that reference.
Thanks, Kim. Anything else?
No.
Okay, on this side. All right, let's take it out to the public. Oh. I'm sorry. Yes, absolutely. I totally missed that.
No worries. And I'm pretty excited about this project because it's a project that I've been following for a while, and it's really exciting to see it back. And with a possible additional step forward. I do have a few questions in terms of and I guess clarify for me if this is the opportunity to talk a little bit more about design, or rather just the negative declaration. Either way works for me. I just want to make sure that we're narrowing the scope of the conversation here to what it is.
Right. So the purpose of the meeting tonight is for the environmental review and adoption. So
Right.
you'd be adopting the mitigated negative declaration as well as the mitigation monitoring and reporting program.
Right.
And as far as design timelines and things like that. You want to answer that? Okay. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. And I just bring this up because I know that in speaking with neighbors, this tends to come up. So I want to make sure that I mean, for me, a refresher is great, and I know that folks I think would also appreciate that. So in terms of the actual bridge design, at which milestone or at what point can we hear more detail about that?
Mayor Williamson, council members, good evening again. So good questions. And I just want to give you also a little bit of background. So we have applied for quite a few grants for this project. We've applied in conjunction with TAMC for Prop 68 grants. We were not successful. We also applied by ourselves for Prop 68 and Clean Air California grants. So we are actively seeking funding for the project. Our design, I want to say it's about 90% complete. So we do have a 12-foot clearance on a bridge. The bridge spans about 125 feet, and it connects to Fortag, the future Fortag on the other end by Canyon Del Rey. What we don't quite have figured out the specifics, and you may remember from the TMC Bike and Ped Committee, is that transition from the sidewalk to the bike facility on North Fremont. So that is something that we're actively working on. I know that there is some interest also from a Seaside representative of the Bike and Ped Committee and TMC of continuing the medium bike lane all the route Seaside, which we're still trying to pursue with TMC. So we're hoping that that's a future. We're also looking at connecting on the other end, like somebody mentioned here, a caller mentioned, which is connecting on Mark Thomas. And I believe there's an NCIP application for the design of that.
Great, thank you. And that was a great refresher for me, and I think hopefully it also answered some design questions that folks have out in the community. So thank you, I appreciate that. Um, Going back to the declaration, so there was mention of some tree removal. Thank you, Andrea. There was mention of tree removal in the document. I think 4 specific trees to make the space for the bridge. And just looking at the graphic, it kind of struck me that 2 of those trees feel a little bit distant from where the bridge would be. I'm wondering if, I mean, the graphic maybe just doesn't really show the spacing, like you wouldn't be able to really assess the type of spacing that there's available. Basically, what I'm getting at is it absolutely necessary to remove the 2 furthest trees?
I think I know which graphic you're talking about, and if memory serves, it has to do with the soil disturbance that would happen with laying the foundations for it. But in terms of the actual specifics, I am going to defer to Public Works.
Yes, so the bridge abutment are the ones that kind of have the larger footprint. Like I said, the graphic is if you're mentioning the rendering, we'll have a better idea once we get there, but it is due to the large abutments for the foundations of the bridge.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. And there were a few descriptions about ways to reduce any disturbance to the area during construction. And it occurred to me that maybe, and this might already be in the plan, but I just feel like it should be necessary to put it out there just maybe for crews who might not be as familiar with the delicate area that they'll be working on, maybe like fencing off some areas during construction or something like that. I just kind of imagine, a crew breaking for lunch and finding a place nearby to have their lunch, not really knowing that it might be a delicate area to go into. So just putting it out there, not necessarily a question. There is also a mention of a training for what is it, the MM5 cultural awareness training. Who provides that training? In general terms, it doesn't. I don't need a name of who does it, but I mean, like in general, who would provide that kind of training?
In terms of who the city will use, I am again going to defer to Kim.
So the city of Monterey has on-call contracts with archaeologists. And I think most often we use Dudek, and they're an environmental firm, and they will send down a qualified professional to train the construction staff as part of the project.
Okay. Awesome. And that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Okay, perfect. Let's take it out to the public now. Is anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item?
You mentioned tree removal and my hackles go up.
We
And
don't expect anything less.
yeah, I mean, this is sort of the state of the situation. It's, oh, trees are inconvenient, let's remove them. And I think that we have to make it a lot more difficult for them. They have to go back and they have to redesign the project so those trees are incorporated. I think that's very important, and I think it will beautify the project and make it a lot safer and much more important for all of us. So thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Anybody else in the chamber?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, people in La La Land. A little background, Kona has been really pushing for something in this area for 30 years. And we've been very supportive of Andrea during this whole project timeline. I had a friend come from outside and he asked me about that hole. I pointed out that when I was a boy, and that was not during World War II, I used to ride down in that big hole when it was 4 or 5 times bigger. And it was him, it was an eyesore to this guy. And I pointed out that we've been pushing to get either something along the roadway or a bridge, and that would mask most of the view. Because a lot of people don't like the approach to the city of Monterey from that direction. And I think this is a very positive step in that direction. Not to mention the elongation of our bike trails to finish off Andrea's central project along North Fremont. The idea that we can take a shovel-ready project and get it ready for when the opportunity arises to put it in place, I think needs to be in the foremost of this council's mind. I recently attended some training down in San Luis Obispo that pointed out that a lot of cities lose out on projects because they don't have a shovel-ready project, so that when the project is approved, it will take them 3 or 4 years to get the funding for it. So if we have some of these projects just waiting on a shelf to present when Andrea and other people get grants, I think it would put us in a much better place to utilize when those other cities get that money pulled back and it's available to someone else to step up and use the opportunity. So please support this effort. I know that my neighborhood has been looking at this for a long time, and we're very happy to see it coming. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go online.
We have a telephone caller whose last 3 digits are 500. Go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Wendy Brickman. Hello, City Council. I'm calling on behalf of the North Fremont Business District Board of Directors, and I'm calling in favor of the City Council approval of adopting the EIR report for the North Fremont Gap Closure Project we're discussing. And when it's shovel ready, it'll be ready to be built, as Mike Brassfield just eloquently explained. And it's critical that it creates a sidewalk near Laguna Grande Park where there's none, linking it to Canyon Del Rey, creating safety for both pedestrians and bikers. And then it'll ultimately connect to the TAMC 34 Mike Trail, which will ultimately go to Fort Ord. And I want to thank especially Andrea and her staff for all the hard work and all these hours of applying for grants to get the bike lanes completed and this project completed. So once done, it will become a whole piece, a separated bike and walking path, the only safe way to keep distracted and drunk drivers from hitting you. And unfortunately, there have been several fatalities recently, and this has to stop. And it'll allow people of all ages and abilities to bike and walk safely through with accessibility and safety features. And the other project that Mike referenced down Mark Thomas and Richard mentioned, that completes to the other end of the rec trail down Mark Thomas, is so exciting to me. And that will also help with the bike lanes and create more safety. So I highly ask the City Council to approve adopting the EIR report, and thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Esther Malkin.
Hello again. I'm speaking as the president of Laguna Grande Neighborhood Association. And as you all know, I have been working on this for a long time. Not quite as long as Kona, because I haven't been around 30 years, only 20. But I just want to make sure that this continues to get, pushed through. And I think I would like to see a roadmap similar to what the city does on other projects and things that they're working on so that we all have an idea of where we are in the process without having to remember to check in with individual staff members and council. If we have a roadmap, we have a general idea of where we are along that path. And then we can address things if they're not coming up on time. I also would like to see the same thing with the Laguna Grande Park project. We're still waiting on the consultants. That is connected to this as well as FORTAG. So I think, again, a roadmap with maybe all of these projects would be a good idea so that we can figure out where every piece of the puzzle is in the process. But I am very happy to see this finally moving along. I would like to see a JPA meeting scheduled so that that portion of the park can be discussed in a more regular, scheduled way, so that maybe in our lifetime, that whole part of the city will finally be done after so many years of waiting and waiting and waiting. So thanks for staff for staying on this. And again, I really would appreciate a roadmap of some kind so that we have an organized way of following this project and everything related to it and the park. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Richard Rusello.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council again. Yes, I've been at this for decades, and District 4 is isolated, cut off by the freeway, and we got a beautiful bike lane honored by the cities all over the state of California. Our locals labeled it the bike lane to nowhere. This project ties us in with the northeast end, and hopefully the bike lane down Mark Thomas gives us a no conflict, vehicle conflict route to the rec trail. And we just had a fatality in Canyon Del Rey crossing at Walgreens just last month. So you're not safe in a crosswalk. You're not safe in a green light. Right outside your chambers, same problem. You lost a woman in the daytime in a green light in a crosswalk. That's why I'm pushing separated bike paths. The little lines in the street mean nothing to bad, distracted, intoxicated, impaired drivers. This is a separated bike path. It ties in with the North Fremont bike lane. It ties in with Tansy. This is a win-win. Please approve the EIR. When it comes to design, I always leave the design to others. That's one landmine I don't want to get into. I don't want to put my opinion on it. Whatever you decide on the design is fine by me. But when it comes to public safety or two trees, I'm going to go for public safety. I just mailed a survey to every house in our neighborhood. I don't think another neighborhood has done this. The number one priority for our neighborhood is safety. I hope you follow through on this. I urge you to urge your staff to get a grant to complete this, and whatever tweaks you want to make to it. But please don't let this stagnate any longer. North Fremont is desperate for renewal, and this is part of it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Richard. And next we have Robert, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, Yoha.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
I'm getting multiple echoes on my sound feed here. I hope I'm just one voice here, not an echo.
You're coming in perfect.
Please consider approving this project. It's a no-cost project to the city, and it's very, very valuable. The dividends will pay for many years. Our North Fremont bike lane is isolated right now, and this will connect us to the rest of the Fort Ord Trail. And also, it's extremely dangerous to go across that intersection. I probably bike 2 or 3 times a week. And I know that intersection really well. I avoid it at all costs. I'll take Casanova or Ramona to cross Fremont. And as you're riding the Fremont bike lane, it ends abruptly right there at Delray Oaks. We need that connector for the bicycle community and also for our North Fremont bike lane. It's sort of hard when you take the first step on a big project, but that's what we did with the North Fremont bike lane. And now we're waiting to connect with the rest of the world, which is the other side of Monterey, Seaside and Marina. Please approve this project. It's shovel ready. It's a win-win for everyone and it will save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. And there are no further hands raised on Zoom, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Clementine. So council, to you all for deliberation. Let's start. Dr. Barber.
So just listening to everyone, you can tell that it's obvious what should be done. Safety is what I see. That's the biggest thing. When I drive past there and I look at the lines on the road, it always concerns me for bikers and knowing though there's a bike lane, that's not safe enough. That's how I feel, because I think a lot of times there are distracted drivers, not to mention, just like you said, drivers who may be driving under influence. But a lot of times people are just distracted, stressed, thinking about what they have to do when they get home, thinking about what they have to do when they get to work. And so I think if we want to be able to encourage more people to be sustainable, then we have to make sure we have the infrastructure there. So I'm definitely for it.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the public for your comments. Really appreciate you supporting this project. As somebody who bikes the North Fremont bike path often, I know exactly what Robert and Richard are talking about, and Teresa. So this is a safety issue. And this is important for connecting that neighborhood to the rest of the peninsula community. So thank you very much.
Councilor Hoffa. Councilor Smith?
Yeah. Since we're ahead of schedule, I can go till 10, right?
Can we start the 3-minute clock, please?
Yeah. No problem. I'll be under that. Closing the gap with this project is important. The mitigation makes sense to me, and I concur with the assessment of the direction of this. Just a little history lesson that enables others. This it's not just a standalone project. This falls in line with the concept of separation of safe routes to school, safe routes to work, safe routes for recreation. And once upon a time, when I first got onto the Transportation Authority of Monterey County, we had several projects where they were akin to, this might be a little smaller project, but kind of similar to North Monterey County High School, where there was no way for the students to get from Castroville across the railroad tracks through the wet vegetation and at risk trying to walk to school. So the pedestrian bridge that was erected with a lot of funding steered through the County of Monterey and TAMZ has proven to be a tremendous success. So I think this is the right project. It's absolutely the place that needs to have it. This is phase 2. We started with North Fremont many years ago with a lot of stewardship, a lot of comments, a lot of input. We do take criticism for the bike trail down the middle of North Fremont, but as I say to some folks, what we got out of it was brand new signal lights, cleaned up signal lights, much improved safety, curbs and gutters and sidewalks. And yeah, it seems a little weird because you're going down the middle because it's different, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible. But this is the connection that's needed to fulfill that piece. And I say the North Fremont bike path to nowhere is not necessarily forever. I think this will get fixed with this project when we get down to the design and the funding. And also the North Fremont design was unique, but a bit of a poison pill, because what we got out of it was an improved district with a lot of other upside and improvements. This makes sense. And I also want to give credit to some members that really fought behind the scenes that Measure X meant a lot for transportation authority and subcommittee members. And I shared the subcommittee of the Measure X campaign to get that passed. And that was the 5th election to move that across to the voter approval of Measure X. Kudos to Mayor Jerry Edelin, who worked hard on that, and Judge John Phillips, the former Board of Supervisor, and myself were the chairs of Measure X for the County of Monterey. These are projects that are going up in a lot of different communities. This is a great project because we got funding, it's shovel ready, and it's self-funding. Now, we'll have a funding gap, but I think that we're on the right path to get the point of design and completion. I wished we were able to act on that tonight because I'm anxious, I'm impatient. This is step one. I'm ready to move on it. And I look forward to the ribbon cutting where we actually have a bridge that's safe, that's a pedestrian walkway that ties the neighborhoods and fulfills the dream that we all had many years ago when we talked about how do we get these projects in a position to compete. And here is one more example of a project. And I thank the people that voted for Measure X and thank those that worked on this and those that worked on the North Fremont project and all of the neighbors that have been wondering, well, what's with that dirt, that ground, the granite pit? Why don't we do something about it? It's been many, many years in the making. Good project. Glad we can move it ahead with mitigation. And I agree with all the points that have been pointed out tonight on the mitigation efforts. Thanks for bearing with my 3.5 minutes.
I think it was going on 4. No, thank you. It was well said, Councilmember Smith. Councilmember Garcia. Nada. Okay. I'll make a few comments and then I'm not sure if you maybe want to make the motion since it's in your district, but you know, I want to commend the staff presentation. It was really well put together. And in particular, what I appreciated was how it highlighted the impacts. Usually it takes a lot to read through a negative declaration. And so to kind of have that high level view, kudos. And not that we don't get to hear from you too much on the council. So appreciate having you here and great presentation. And then our public works director, a lot of kudos for her leadership in regards to this space. The point that you make in regards to getting projects up on the queue, you know, our team here is working hard at making sure that we do have shovel ready projects. So much kudos to our team for that. I have a quick question. Is there one of the challenges that prevents people from wanting to ride a bike is not feeling safe? And even if there's a path that's off of the side of a road, it may still make people feel unsafe. And so is there an opportunity to maybe create, you know, plant some shrubbery or trees along right after the bridge so that it can create a level of protection that can allow folks to feel a little bit more comfortable? And just, it might be a rhetorical question, but just kind of putting that out there as maybe a potential opportunity. Just in regards to transportation in general, and I've been having conversations with Councilmember Garcia about what it might look like for us to look at commuter routes throughout the city for bicyclists. I ride my bike pretty much every day to work, and you know, I see a lot of people in town riding bikes. Not a ton, actually, I wouldn't say, but I think there's an opportunity to better encourage folks to ride their bikes. But I think the challenge is that we don't really have infrastructure set up, and it could be relatively simple things in certain areas. So I really look forward to having that conversation on the council in regards to how we can make that a priority. We did just get awarded funding for the road safety plan, and so I'm sure that's probably allocated to a large extent, but wherever opportunities exist to have that conversation. And again, this is just the first step, so it would be good to see a timeline, a proposed timeline, knowing that things can shift and move, but just so that we can be a little bit transparent in regards to what things might look like. It might be helpful for the council and the public to be able to see that. So again, thanks and kudos to the staff for the wonderful work behind the scenes on this. And then we'll go for a motion.
Can I ask a quick question? And Seaside not to be diminished in this project because this bridge goes over both the borders. Will we hear at some point how we navigate through the jurisdictional, I don't think there's issues, but jurisdictional partnerships of maintenance, of construction, of permitting. Maybe that's for set aside for the next time when we get further along, but this has got some of the feet that's actually over the border into Seaside. So I'd be interested in knowing how we navigate that as a neighbor partner.
Yeah, no, that's a good question, especially given the issues that we've had and just the management of Laguna Grande. So,
yeah.
Okay, I think with that, we'll take a motion.
I'll move to adopt the North Fremont Street Sidewalk Gap Closure Project Mitigated Negative Declaration and Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program.
Second.
Okay, I think I'm gonna give it to Councilmember Barber. Just give her one in the books here.
She was a nanosecond faster.
And she didn't talk for as long. Oh, I'm just kidding.
I was out of breath, so I was slow.
There's all right, let's do roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
That is a yes.
Councilmember Hoppa,
Yes.
Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. I was actually hesitant for a second if you were actually going to go that way. I was like, this is your motion, buddy. I don't know where you're going. All right. Thanks for that discussion. It was a good one. Now we'll go on to item number 11, Monterey County Airport Land Use Commission / ADUs. And with that, I'll pass it to Hans for a staff presentation.
Yeah, thank you so much. Our staff presenter is Fernanda Rovery. Kim, correct? She will be zooming in. She's on Zoom with us. There she is. This is a report that basically concludes our update to the ADU ordinance, and there are some mandatory reports that we have to do, and also a proposed action to the council with respect to the Airports Commission Land Use ALCU Airport Land
Use Board.
Land Use Commission.
Land Use Commission, yeah. I know it was not ALCU, so I tried to figure that one out. So with that, Fernanda, please go ahead. ALUC.
Okay, thank you, Hans. I have prepared a presentation. All right.
It's good to see you, by the way, Fernanda. It's been a while with you as well.
Thank you.
Takes me back to the ARC days.
All right. So the purpose of today's meeting is for the city council to consider draft findings to overrule the Monterey County Airport Land Use Commission regarding their consistency determination for the city's proposed ADU / JADU ordinance. And so some background on ADUs. Since 2016, the state legislature has passed several bills regarding ADUs and JADUs. The city has followed each time with adoption of zoning regulations that further reduce barriers, better streamline approval processes, and expand the capacity to accommodate ADU, JADU development. For example, the city waived the lot coverage, floor area ratio, open space, and size regulations to allow a second-story ADU above a garage or carport up to 25 feet in height in the R3 multifamily zoning district. The proposed ordinance that is attached in your packet is a response to state law that took effect this year in January. And a summary of the amendments are the definition of ADUs was amended to also allow ADUs on the same parcel as a proposed multifamily dwelling, and to clarify the difference between attached versus detached ADUs. Another one of the state law, new state laws is that fire sprinklers shall not be required for an existing single-family or multifamily dwelling as a condition of the construction of an ADU. Also, an attached ADU may be up to 25 feet in height and 2 stories. And the previous state law only said it may be up to 16 feet. So now it's allowed to be substantially taller. A detached ADU may be up to 18 feet in height if the lot is within half-mile walking distance of a major transit stop or high-quality corridor. It may be up to 20 feet in height to accommodate a roof pitch that is aligned with the roof of a single-family or multifamily dwelling. So again, the previous height was only 16 feet, so this has increased it between 2 to 4 feet. And a detached ADU may be up to 18 feet in height on a lot with an existing or proposed multifamily, multi-story dwelling. The other big change in the state law was that limits on front setbacks cannot prevent construction of an 800 square foot ADU with minimum 4-foot side and rear setbacks. So potentially we could see if there is no other place for development of an ADU on a lot, that the front yard setback could be a location now where that ADU could go as long as it meets the 4-foot setbacks. And as required by Public Resources Code, section 21670 et sec, city staff submitted the draft ordinance to the Airport Land Use Commission for a consistency determination. And the city received its determination by the ALUC last year. And the determination was overall positive, except that they did amend some of the language. They want the city to amend some of the language in the proposed ordinance. For example, they want the ordinance to say ADU/JDUs are prohibited in airport safety zones 1 and 6, which do not allow residential use. An ADU/JDU is allowable where residential use is consistent with the airport land use compatibility plan for the Monterey Airport, as may be periodically amended, and the ADU/JDU meets the following criteria. So they, their recommendation was that we add the following 4 criteria. The city response to this part is we would just like to keep it simple and just say that ADUs/JDUs are prohibited in airport safety zones 1 and 6 pursuant to the current airport land use compatibility plan. And so the first addition criteria that the ALUC wants the ordinance to include is that the ADU does not exceed 850 square feet in airport safety zones 2, 3, 4, and 5. And the staff's response to this was that ADUs, ADU size, restricting ADU size to 850 square feet or less in these zones would not protect public health, safety, and welfare more than if the ADU size was restricted to 1,000 square feet or less, as proposed by the draft ordinance. Because an ADU of 850 square feet could be designed and permitted to be occupied by just as many people as an ADU of 1,000 square feet. In addition, pursuant to the government code that establishes ADUs, which is section 65852.2 C2, a local agency shall not establish by ordinance a maximum square footage requirement for either an attached or detached ADU that is less than 1,000 square feet for an ADU that provides more than 1 bedroom. So by limiting ADU size to 850 square feet, we would essentially be in conflict with state law. Because if someone wants to build more than 1 bedroom, state law says that they can do that at 1,000 square feet. The second addition by the ALUC was that JADUs do not exceed 500 square feet in airport safety zones 2 through 5. And staff's response is that the ordinance already limits JADU size to 500 square feet. So adding this criterion would be repetitive and would not protect public health, safety, and welfare further. The third criterion that was added is any ADU or JADU is required to be constructed to meet allowable interior noise levels as established by the building code. And the city's response is that adding this is redundant and would not protect public health, safety, and welfare further because the city has adopted and only issues building permits that comply with the California Building Code. The fourth and final criterion by the ALUC is that neither the ADU or JADU is located in noise contour zones where airport noise may equal or exceed 65 community noise equivalent level. And staff's response is that the California Building Code already requires minimum noise insulation performance standards that buffer exterior noise, and ADUs in this noise contour would be constructed to achieve those required noise performance standards, which would minimize human exposure to excessive noise. And I think I could show it later, but there are only 2 or 3 parcels that are inside that 65 to 69 noise contour in the city. So in order for the city council to overrule those additions by the ALUC, the city council first would need to declare the intent to overrule and notify the ALUC, the Airport Land Use Commission, and the Caltrans Aeronautics Division of its intent to overrule the ALUC's determination. So those 4 criteria that they added. The proposed decision and overrule findings shall be provided to the ALUC and Caltrans 45 days prior to the overruled decision. And so that 45-day period would need to happen before the final findings come back to the city council for final adoption. And then after this 45-day period, or within this 45-day period, the ALUC and Caltrans has 30 days to send comments, and those comments need to be included in the final decision to override or overrule. The findings for overruling the ALUC's decision shall be consistent with the purpose of Public Utilities Code 21670 et sec. And I alluded this in the city's response to each of the criteria. The purpose of this Public Utilities Code is that to protect the public health, safety, and welfare by ensuring the orderly expansion of airports and the adoption of land use measures that minimize the public's exposure to excessive noise and safety hazards within areas around public airports, to the extent that these areas are not already devoted to incompatible uses. So every one of the criteria that the ALUC presented the city staff's response was that it would not further public health, safety, and welfare. And those findings are included in the attachment, which is a draft resolution to overrule. So staff's recommendation is that the city council consider the proposed resolution that is required prior to later consideration of the attached ordinance amendments, and direct that notice be provided to the Airport Land Use Commission and Caltrans Aeronautics Division for that 45-day comment period. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Beautiful. Thanks for the presentation, Fernanda. Quick question. Can you pull up the airport safety zone map so that we can kind of visually see what that looks like in those particular zones?
Yes.
And maybe while you're doing that, I can check in with my colleagues to see if there are any other questions on the council at this time.
That was the only thing I was going to ask for.
Perfect. Great minds think alike.
Okay.
Is that it? Oh, do you have it?
I'm scrolling to it, so
no worries.
I have the whole airport compatibility plan up.
Okay. I'm gonna
So
say Councilmember Barber, and she can ask a question while you're looking for that.
Okay, so that, I don't want her to have to do like,
here.
Multitask.
Yeah.
There we go. Perfect. So if you could just maybe walk us through, I know that they were talking about 1 and 6, and then 2 through 5 was another. If you could just kind of describe to us in a visual way what that looks like in regard to this policy.
So the ALUC and the city both agree that residential uses are prohibited in zones 1 and 6. So zones 1 are right at the end of the runway on both ends, and 6 is it's airport property. All these 6s are airport property. The question is zones 2 through 5, where residential uses are allowed. So according to the this plan, second units are allowed in airport zones 2 through 5. However, the ALUC wants to limit the size of ADUs to 850 square feet, whereas state law allows ADUs up to 1,000 square feet. And so staff's recommendation is to be consistent with state law and allow ADUs up to 1,000 square feet. So ALUC just wants to limit the size in zones 2 through 5. And these are the names of each zone. So zone 2 is the approach protection zone. I guess that's where airplanes approach the runway. There's also zones 2 on the north side of the runway and at the other end of the runway. 3 is the sideline zone. So on either side of the runway here.
Yeah.
And then, I missed number 4. Oh, sorry, 3 and 4. The inner turning zone, the green is the zone 3. And then 4 is the outer approach departure zone. It's this, and it's also part of the Oak Grove neighborhood.
So if I were to describe how I see our community affected, you did talk about the Oak Grove neighborhood, and it's only that far side closer to the ocean.
And it's also, sorry, I forgot to mention, it's also part of the Ryan Ranch, like where the medical office campus is. It's
Yep.
also in zone 4.
Okay. And then part of zone 4 on the top part, at least, in zone 2, that's the Naval Postgraduate School campus. If you could scroll up, perfect.
Oh, here.
Yep. And then that backside, Villa Del Monte is affected, and parts of Oak Knoll seem to be affected. But outside of that, I don't see any kind of residential communities. So it doesn't look like there's that many lots that are affected. It seems to be really discrete group there. Okay, this was helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
So, real quick, while you have that up, so 4 at the top, is that, to the left, is that the new Monterey area?
That's Oak Grove.
Oak Grove.
Okay, Oak Grove, okay, so I'm looking at it on the other side, okay. So can you pull up the noise, I think it was the third determination? That slide?
Yes. I can scroll to that. Um, Oh, I'm sorry. I went the other way. I know that the page number is 419. Okay. So the concern was the noise contour between 65 and 70. So the 65 line is this blue line here at the southernmost blue line.
Okay.
Which cuts across sort of 1, 2, maybe 3 parcels on the north side of Garden Road. And then these are industrial, so you can't put ADUs in an industrial zone. So it, in the future, if for some reason we rezone to allow residential, then ADUs could be built here. So it's this outermost blue line.
So Fernanda, I think you also need to show the 2 or 3 parcels on Lilac Street at the top left.
Oh, here.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, so these are single family zoned, which are within the 65 to 70 noise contour. So those would be affected by this, the ALUC's decision.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else on the council? Stick it out to the public. Anybody in the chamber want to speak on this item?
Mike Brassfield again. I live in Kona. And before that, I lived on Helvick when we had cross traffic coming off that airport. And so I've been in the flight pattern and the noise. They used to have engines starting at 4 a.m. on in front of the terminal. And so it was always waking me up, but I'm used to it. I think Fernanda did a great job of outlining. The airport has a habit of dancing to their own drummer, as we found out in the lawsuit. They don't listen to anybody else's music. They make their own, and their opinions sometimes act a little rough to everybody else's feathers. So I just encourage you to listen to your staff. I think they did made a great decision here, and I think we need to support them. Thank you.
Brassfield for Airport Board. Just kidding. That's a joke. Joke. All right, let's take it online.
There are no hands raised on Zoom at this.
Okay, there we have it. And let's bring it back to the council for deliberation or a motion.
If there's no deliberation, I'm ready for a motion.
All righty.
I move that we accept the staff recommendation and push back as identified the issues and move forward with approval of this recommendation.
I'll second that.
All right, motion is seconded. Any other discussion? All right, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
And that's a yes for me. Awesome. Look at that. Almost 8, just slightly after 8. Who wants to start? We'll do council comments at this point. Alan's good. Kim is good. Gino is okay.
I'm good. I've
You want to go? Do it. Do it, Ed. I know you got the itch. I can feel it. And I want to hear what's going on in your world.
Nope.
He's like, I'm not gonna do it.
Oh, God.
No, I was reflecting on, we've had several council meetings. We've had a lot of public interaction. This last month has been great. We've heard from a lot of our community on a lot of important issues, and just kudos. And I said it last week, we have a great town. People listen to each other, and, part of making public policy is to be patient and deliberative. And sometimes you change your mind. Sometimes you you stake your place. But it's been enjoyable for the month, and we've gotten to listen from a lot of our community members, and that's been great. And I appreciate all of the work that our many members of the community has done to call in, come in, and send us emails and participate in the public process. So that's all I wanted to say.
Beautiful. Well said. I agree. I think that there are a couple of things that, it's interesting when we have conversations with staff. There's like, I can't remember the percentage that Hans uses. 80% of staff time is taken up by kind of day-to-day things that are going on that are just the essential services that we provide in the city. And it leaves us that 20% left to make action and give direction on the council. Maybe my percentages are off.
It's 90. That's why I just,
we'll work towards 80.
that's why I checked with Kim.
It depends on what department you're in, I guess, is part of it too.
I'm feeling it's 90.
Well, and a lot of what we ask for on the council has to do with Kim's department in community development. So, we appreciate you, Kim, for what it's worth. And my point and what I'm trying to say is, even that 10% that we have left in the council, I think that the council may be taking a new direction given the new makeup. But there's still a lot of lingering things that we had going on from previous councils. I know that in an upcoming meeting, we're going to be looking at the study that staff did with consultants regarding the sports center. And so there's some work to do in that space. We still have ongoing work going on with Measure P, Measure S. Our library, we did a study for that. That needs to be looked at. We're also looking at doing a study for the police and fire department right here next to City Hall. There's a lot of things already going on. And so it's trying to, keep that going along while also picking up these new things. So we have a lot of work to do ahead of us, but it makes me happy to see that we're working our way to kind of get some of this stuff behind us. And I look forward to the next couple of months. So buckle your seatbelts, folks. All righty. With that, I will pass it to Hans for city manager report.
Yeah, thank you so much. We have received over 1,000 reservations for the Navy Chandler's concert. So that is almost sold out. We're allowed to accept 1,200 reservations. So together with the Navy School, DLI, OMBA, city is participating.
And when is that?
Is on March 18th at the conference center. The city has been awarded by the League of California cities an award for our adaptive traffic control system. That's the Safety or Intelligent Transportation System project. So our adaptive signal system that we have presented a few times here in front of council has been recognized by the League of California Cities, and we're very proud of that award. And they don't hand out a lot of awards, so I think that's one of 5 or 6 awards this year. Just wanted to let you know that we have the survey out for the housing plan, and I hope that we can provide a brief update by the end of this week how that's going so far, so you have an idea how many surveys have been filled out so far. We are adjusting it as we get feedback back from various folks. Also, some of you from the council are providing us feedback, and we are tinkering with it in order to make it most efficient as we can. So anyways, that's working its way through.
Beautiful. And I got my my postcard in the mail. Hopefully everybody else got theirs. And so just a good reminder for us to help make sure that we're getting the word out and reminding folks. And I think there might be a QR code on that as well. So it might be good for us to just kind of carry that around with us. And when you're at a meeting somewhere, to whip it out and just make sure folks are getting the opportunity to fill that out. It's a critical moment. Thanks for that reminder, Hans. Okay, and with that, we are going to adjourn the meeting at 8:24. This has to be some kind of record. 8:24, there it is. Thanks, everybody.